can't escape you, no matter how far I run. I can't erase you from who I've become. Memories coursing through my veins like the scars in yours. My roots remain. I was raised in hell. I made it out by myself. I was raised to bleed. Bad blood runs wild and free. Bad blood runs wild and free. Bad blood runs wild and free. I thought you were dreaming. Eyes roll to the stars, sinking slowly in muddy water. Set beneath the tar, you left me in the dark. We grew up scared, bruised and battered. You torn and shattered, as long as you were scared.
We always forget to start the chatting before the thing. If anyone has said anything, repeat it now or forever hold your peace. Let's see. Game was a bit loud yesterday, so put it down. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Let's see. VR things. In order. Okay.
Bad blood runs wild and free.
Okay, so we have alright. JRE got custom. Guess I'm gonna just pick up my pressures. 89, 88. Yeah, 88. Oh fuck. Huh. What did I post the wrong thing or something? Okay, 88. Discord, where are you? Meow, meow, meow. It's probably just me remembering it incorrectly. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, no, that's okay. So 4-3, 4-4, 4-4, 4-5. No. Yes. infinite grind. 4, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 5 was it? 109 meters, arrow to 2, and 3, flat gas. Okay.
All clear on pit exit.
Oh my god. Just understeers. Cool tires. Don't be a negative Nancy.
T2.
is the old one. Alright, as I done the one you posted. It's like, I understand what you say about stable. I'm not judging or anything or trying to be a cunt. Like, please misunderstand me correctly. It's just, there's so much time was spent waiting for the car to grip up and let you go back on top. So I'm gonna do like 20-minute runs to give them both a fair shot. And no looking at the car, nothing. Just to see. Also, like the other massive change on the other one is the brake bias, which could account for a lot of your what the fuck is this experience while trading off into the quicker corners. I don't want slip.
On your right. Right side's clear.
Technical, I can sound like an abrasive fucking cunt of the nth dimension. It's rarely the intent. It's rarely the intent. I feel like I can hear it. Like I'm just kind of like drifting into the corners, and while technically it is more stable. Good. So it's like, while yes, more stable in the sense that it's not trying to actively murder you or anything, it's like you're not going anywhere, really. You're just along for the ride and waiting for the car to stop wearing the tires. And that's like the one thing the McLaren does really well at high speed. It's just like turn and then you have your car pointed and you straighten out the wheel and floor it. Like, if not for that, then we are driving the equivalent of what in my view is, at least it feels like driving a front-engine car. Just sat there waiting for the grip to, or for the front to grip up, so you can use the rear, like here for instance. I feel like I have to use the throttle to steer it out rather than just lean in and flow out. And similarly here, like, it's not going anywhere. And that wasn't even a quick corner. So, there's me like, I'm gonna test this and not be biased and nothing. I'm just totally prejudging it. I'll shut up now and start focusing again. But yeah, even here, like, that is 175 kilometers an hour minimum speed corner. And you're supposed to be afraid when you hit that thing. But here you just can't. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the McLaren. It's not like you have a unique, special, wow monster band. But it is very different to the 296. Oh no. Yeah, I have no idea what the mix sounds like. I'll deal with it on camera. I'll turn down things. Oh dear. McLaren, very loud. There, that should be better. Is music too loud? Guess I can turn them down. Like so. Now I should be audible. Alright. Yeah, anyway, for the sake of the thing, at least now my voice is very, very pronounced. But yeah, the tires are already gone. It's like not even 6 laps in, and the BMW body behind here is
Right
catching
side.
up.
Clear right.
I was out running him for 5 laps, and then it's just like, nope, no more. And I still haven't reached 18. Yeah, I'm like, we're feeling comfortable. I'm like 168. That is crazy slow compared to what I'm used to doing. So I kind of like, I try to remain unbiased and such, but I kind of know where this is going. And again, returning to the McLaren, like, it differs from all the other cars in the sense that it is, you're basically sat at the front axle. It is very, very low. It's extremely aerodynamically efficient. So it has immense amounts of downforce, allowing you to run lower wing and still retain the rotation on the mid to high speed. But that is not the same as saying it's stable. By a stretch of the imagination. It is quite the contrary. It is a highly unstable car that reward those who OCD it. So it's like, I'm thinking like, oh my fucking god, what's going on? AMDautoupdate.exe. Why? This is a horrible time for you to run. Is this because Ryzen master is installed? If so, it's gonna die. Well, the rears are already gone, mate. They are dead. What the fuck? It just sits there doing nothing. Oh well. Okay, fuck it. I'll do 10 more minutes just to get a feel for the tires a little bit more. See if it clears up. I mean, I'm doing 20s, man. At 4.1 liters a lap. But they shouldn't go away. So this is an indication of his uneven wear.
You quickest overall.
Appreciate the vote of confidence, Jim. Oh my god. Yeah, there's nothing. It's just dead now. I didn't even overdrive it early on. Yeah, 267. I mean, lol. That's like front engine entry stuff. Except we don't have the exits and straight line. I tend to stream all things, so yeah. As much as of it as I can, anyway. Come on. Okay, so that was 30 minutes. Now, what the fuck, AMD? What is this shit? Go away. Kill all. Guru meditation achieved. Return to garage. Make note of which tire set that was. It was 1. 2.32 rear inner left, 2.32 rear inner right. 2.52 front, 2.50 front right. Let's see. I am only going to look at tire pressures so that they are optimum for my next run. I did not see those. Where the fuck is the tires? There they are. So they peaked at 2.8, which isn't bad. plus 1 1 1. No, 1 2 2 2. 2 all across. Okay, so then we save this to that. Save. And then make the notes of the things I cannot screenshot because stupid VR is stupid and stupid. Sheet, no, calc, I don't know, jokes.google.com. Sheets is the one thing I was looking for. Strategy and blogging, Pegasi Motorsport. Orly, 24 hours Spa, I'm red. AMUN 2533, 109, 1, 1, 2. That was, I have no idea, 12 laps at 4.1. 4.06 at, I don't know, I don't have this tool anymore, but we can say best. I have that in here. 219.2. 219.2. I need to make a thing for that. So R8. No idea about the brakes, but they are good. Don't care. Pressure is irrelevant. Rest irrelevant. What is relevant is tire wear. Where. There we go. Setup. Current. Set 1. 2.52, 2.50, 2.32, 2.32. I am content. Yes. Okay, so now time to be disappointed in my own work from yesterday. Load. Same exact fuel load. Tires at 2. Nice. This was Vultr 6. So I need to add 1 click. Pressure back into them. Stick an antidepressant up my lip. Hello, McLaren. All right. It is Benji. Sound almost disappointed. Just kidding. Come on, music, you can do better than this. There, music. Not much. Going out for a 30-minute run.
Track's clear. Push, push, push.
In the new thing.
Cold tyres all round.
I was expecting to understeer towards the outside there, but I didn't. Hey. Easy test relations. Oh my god, my throat. Get out there, frog. Okay, so time to steer less. Lean more. Oh dear god, that's a lot of fun.
She kissed my lips and the rain came pouring, swore I heard a marching band.
No need to counter steer. So not understeering on entry. Left rotate wants to murder itself into the wall because rotation. Like conforming, like it's a stark change. Like even I'm getting caught off guard. I got by it now, but I expect it. So it's just like resetting. Checking that the brake bias indeed does suit you, number one. So if you're like losing the rear while trailing off, that is counterproductive. So just push the bias forward until that doesn't happen and then dial it back over time in order to even out the temperature on the tires. Because with forward bias with duct 2.2 you'll get slight bloating and excessive heat transfer to the fronts. While now
Our lap time was 2:20.00. That puts you 0.7 slower than your best.
You just get slight peak into the 800 before it drops down again and it stays green up to the next it's like if you just steer minimally, it'll actually catch the apex, make the line straighter, and you go quicker theoretically. And here, lift off, turn, get onto it, just push it a little, and then you're ready to go again.
Tire temps are good.
Same here. And you don't have to push the rear out in order to get it to turn in. The same here, great straight line, slightly delayed entry, and then here. That was in the wrong gear, but it sort of worked out. That's tire pressure loss, that's fine. And there you want to like rotate the car in. You see how much more cleaner the lines are, yeah? You don't understeer towards the outside, compromising the next corner. And then straight braking here, getting off. Zero need to counter it. Already up 2/10, even though the car is fully loaded. Or more or less. That was a horrible late entry. See how you can hear how much quicker I'm starting to feed the throttle again because the car is ready for it. As opposed to just like, yeah, hold on. Still waiting for grip to come in. That was a 70 entry, fairly slow still, but I'm trying not to die or wear the tires excessively. While reacclimating to the whole thing here, where grip exists. And this is probably the thing that's the most challenging to get used to, not just expecting the car to understeer into oblivion and gently feed it in. Because this car will turn at full throttle if you hit the line right, without being murdering. But if you're early in and you push it, it's gonna snap at you. It is its one weakness, one I hope to be curing. And look at those tire pressure, no, those tire temperatures, man. Such beautiful and stable, even distribution. That will catch the inside curb, don't overshoot it, but there I missed the cut. And I was way too eager on the throttle there while cornering too much. Because that's what I've become accustomed to doing with the old setup now. There's no need for it, just wait for it to hit the apex and then you give it all. Until then, just feed in, lean in. There you go. I'm barely steering and the car is just like, yep, let's go, let's go. Oh, I was in second. Yeah, go sleep. Yeah. No worries, no worries. Go sleeps. I'm sure you'll not receive the same setup tomorrow, to put it that way. It is not done. It can probably be less murdery. Oh, that's early.
track temps increasing. It's now 34 Celsius. Last lap was a 2:19.68. You're now 0.5 off your best.
difficult to cover how much more rotation I had. The rate might be too high for low fuel though. Starting to demand counter steering. Less rake, that's fine by me. More speed on the straight.
Just do what you have to do to me. It's hard to stay between the lines of skin. Just cause I have nerves don't mean that I can feel. I wasn't very much fun to be with anyway. Just let the blood run red.
Oh, I've also murdered my front right, it seems.
It's hard to stay between the lines of skin. Just cause I have nerves don't mean that I can feel.
That does not help.
Very much fun to be with anyway. Just let the blood run red. Cause I can't feel. Biding my time until the time is right. Biding my time until the time is right.
Sector 1 is yellow. We think that Hastings has gone off. Green flag, Sector 1.
Damn devils. Another 12 laps.
Biding my time until the time is right. Biding my time, it's time. quietly clawing away the pieces, scratching away the access. One more, two more, everyone wants more. One more, two more, everyone wants more. Inside the faces that I hide from you, I don't want to see you splayed before me. You are the only one that I would rather see before me. You want it, you need it, you want it, you need it, you want it, you need it, you want it, you need it. Don't lie, I die, you lie, I lie, oh why, oh why? I don't want to disobey anyone when I die. I wanna die, I'd rather die, I wanna die. You purge, you burn, you purge. I don't need you anymore, I don't need you. It is time, 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 it is time.
Drop it by one. Oh my god, 2.52, 2.52. Oh, stop it, what the fuck? 4, 4. Nine. Okay, so working? Why are you working? Oh shit. Copy, reload. Some fonts could not be loaded. Yeah, but that's because I fucking not allowed you to load fonts, but I guess if you're gonna be salty about it, I'll allow you to load fonts. There, stop nagging me, please. Yes. Then becomes R89, 26, 34. Save. Just do a quick comparison. Yeah, this is why the other one is so just sponging. It's just absorbing and not standing back up again. While this is absorbing through the bumps and then it stands back up. Suicidal on the rears. I'll admit to that much. But now that I'm on with this, I'll keep running it with one less rake. See if that cures the moodiness as tire starts coming off. I guess the lower rake plus less makes it possible to drive even lower bias, which is beneficial for the tires. So
looks like you're clear on the pit exit.
yeah, that's not gonna do. That's death to tires even before leaving the pit lane.
Pit exit is clear. Don't cross the line.
Oh shit. What the fuck?
Yellow flag.
That was an excessive reaction from one click of right heights. I must admit I wasn't really paying
Exit
attention.
clear. Green flag. Your exit is clear. Watch the white line. You're locking your fronts going into Eau Rouge. Yellow flag. Green flag, you're clear.
interesting. Oh yeah, of course. Overheat the tire once, rear starts going. Oh shit.
Yellow flag.
Also, I think I know what's up with my brain. I forgot to feed it things. Let's have a look what was happening there. I mean, lowering this ride height isn't... Oh yeah, it's way too bumpy now. So, with lower things... we need less. So tire wear is significantly lower. Even though I was drifting. Quickest lap was all the way at the end. Seems the front bumps can come up too. We'll just start there, see where it takes us. $109 divided by 2. 64. No, 54.5. So we'll do 60. Lap extra for 62-63 liters. Let's do 64. Good measure. And tune a little bit for the mid because it starts losing a bit. Also, to see if I can get that straight line speed again, I'll do this. I didn't bring anything to drink. Okay, brain should slowly start functioning.
The incident's clear, green flag. If exit's clear. Front locking going into Eau Rouge.
Did he die?
Yellow flag. Incident clear, green flag.
Hope I didn't spook him. Reverse burnout. Yes. Reverse burnout. Yes. No, did he leave? No, he's still on the server. He's invisible. How dare he? Oh, don't tell me fucking opening the controls crashed the game. That's amazing. Nope. Remap clutch. There we go.
The pit exit looks clear. You're locking your front into Eau Rouge.
Sorry.
Yellow flag. Okay, Gary. You had some minor aero damage. Stay out. It's not that
The
bad.
suspensions are too stiff now that I have the one less rake. Let's try dropping them.
Incident clear. Green flag. The pit exit looks clear. You're locking your front into Eau Rouge.
Time to harass the random.
The pit exit's clear. Blue flag. Yellow flag, stay sharp. We've seen a little bit of aero damage.
Why the fuck does it not turn off? Oh, I have to click drive. Oh yes, wiper buddies.
We're clear of the incident. Green flag. Pit exit's clear.
I am so bored by
Seen front
doing
blocking
laps
going into
for
Eau Rouge.
setups. My god, I want to die.
Yellow flag. Green flag, you're clear. Yellow flag. Green flag, you're clear of the
Less
incident.
is more. Is the key.
You're locking your fronts going into Eau Rouge.
There we go. Forcing him to think now. You get it. To slow you down. Fucking bring up your nose. You will understand. My friend, I am outposting you. You go too quick into corners. That is the only problem. Go slower. Trying to show him exit speeds, but he seems resilient.
Car right, clear right.
Okay, we're racing now. How can I convey this without talking? It's like this. His entry is way too narrow and early, so he's just pushing himself towards the outside. Some parts seem to be sticking well. Not too bad.
Alright Gary, you've used half your fuel. Yellow flag, stay sharp. Green flag, all clear.
Adventure. You can convey this to him. Throttle past the apex, not towards it and then out towards the outside. It's like a second right here. And then cutting across. Similarly here, like get on the Astro and then cut across, stay left, open up the following corner. Deep, and then there's the apex. Oh dear.
Yellow flag.
Heat cycle tire death. Like he's just understeering into every corner and murdering his tires. If he does not do that, he will be 20s. Tighter lines, man.
Green flag. Their exit looks clear. Stay behind the line. We're seeing front locking going into Eau Rouge.
Pardon? Heck yeah. Did he understand what was going on, or was I just being annoying? So, I was literally out coasting him. It's like typical stuff. Thinking you're racing on the brakes. Okay. If you can convey to him, the point I was trying to get across was he's too quick into stuff. He's too late on the brakes, probably downshifting way too early, extending his braking lines. And here, like back in that corner, rather than just brake slightly past the entry he's taking and then shuffling the car around and getting to throttle past the apex rather than be on throttle at the apex and get understeer towards the outside. He gets quicker exits. That was what I was doing to him. I was like, he had plenty of space to do what he usually does. And I was like crawling around the corner and just like floored it as soon as I saw the exit line. And yeah. He was on track for a 20 even though we were going slow as balls, but then he started sending it past me. It's okay. I had fun. Stop fucking sending it like an idiot into the corner without breaking himself. Go slow. Have grip. You know. Literally what I was doing in front of him. But it's like, he gets caught in the mentality where like, oh, he's slowing down, I can catch him now, so I must go faster. Right here for instance, like, if you're going to the outside here, you're steering while you should be basically going straight. Because if you steer while braking, you extend the braking line, or the distance it takes to stop the car. And here in this corner, he brakes way too late, and then steers in while braking, rather than brake straight, turn the car around, and then floor it past the apex. The latter will always be quicker than understeering towards the outside while not even going in the direction you're supposed to be going. I can show you what I mean on the next one. And down here, he loses like so much time because he's trying to be quick by braking and understeering. Rather than being in control of the car and rolling alongside and then getting a cut here, setting up a wide entry, he's like over at the far right side of the track, trying to shuffle his way all the way back to the left side of the track, then being late for the braking point and the turning point, and getting a suboptimal exit. And same here, like, this is a late entry onto the outside. And here, like, braking on the apex, entering late, so you can floor it already before the apex, and have plenty of grip to stay on the inside and shorten the track. And similarly here, like, brake early, be in control, roll up along inside here, stay at least close to center, and then floor it out towards the outside. Same here, brake, downshift quickly to second, back to third, and then floor it. Not that badly, but, you know, cold tires things. And here, like, run along the outside. The less you steer, the quicker you go, because the less the TC is interfering, you know, and the less you're understeering. And shorten the track by cutting here, and then to the outside, and hug the inside, and then way to the outside of track. And here, brake straight line onto the curb, then you get a quick stop, and then cut in and floor it. So the more he understeers to the outside, the more he's just gonna spend time waiting for the car to rip. And here's what he's doing. He's braking late and steering in like this. And I mean, that is not where you're going. You're supposed to be going this way. Whoops, sorry. I didn't see him coming. It's like, if you can just like point the car in the direction which is productive to where he is supposed to be going, which is down this path, rather than be on throttle understeering towards the outside, he's immediately in the 20s. It's all about just cleaning up the lines, not taking more speed than you need into the corner so you get quick exits. It's like typical, I don't know how much experience you got, but like typical rookie mistakes are exactly that. Like thinking you're gonna be quick by going as fast as possible up to the next braking point, and you brake late. Reverse that. You want to be as slow as possible up to the next point until you are able to consistently get as much speed on the exits.
We can see Hastings has gone off in
into the corner, you're racing
green
out
flag
of
sector 3.
And eventually, once you understand how much speed you can build and maintain through the corner without losing traction, That's when you start racing into corners and sending it. Go down second, back to third to have rear stability, and then back on. Short shifts, run along the outside, and then back to the inside, and to the inside, but now there's a beamer. And then all the way to the outside to not lose speed, and then straight wheel brake, aggressive downshifting, downshift, get to the right side of the track, open up the left, and then go. And then down here, brake at the 100, downshift, 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 wait, lift off and let the car turn and then go. So otherwise, like anything else will just mean is like pushing the car towards where I was pointing it earlier, and that's not where the racetrack go. Unless he wants to understeer off track, I mean, it's the thing. Like, catch the Astro, get back on the left, big cut, and then set up a nice wide entry and you get to go on throttle before the apex. Same shit there, brake straight, downshift, trail off, just let the car fall into the gravity well and then floor it out without losing the butt. Set it up for the exit, which is before the apex because we're going wide. Then similarly here, like on the curb, brake, and to the outside, and to the inside. And like slowly, and like get in on the right action, because the more right you're here, the more or less you have to turn here, and you can floor it out harder without burning the rears. It's like the slower you go, the quicker you go, because understeer is never productive. There's brake straight line, onto the curb, give yourself a little bit of extra track. See, that there, that's what you need to learn to control. Like, if he can stop sending himself wide, that's so much time across the entire track. So here it's just like brake, and he's already wide, and then he's got a suboptimal entry, doesn't cut, goes way right, then he turns in while, like, just that there, like that quick. Basically what he's telling his car to do is like, hey, shift the weight from the right side over to the left while I'm turning in to the corner, and that it's like the car is like, what? Because when he's expecting to turn in, the car is like, hey, hang on, I'm just halfway through here, and then understeer. So you know, you need to neutralize the weight transfer, the weight, the balance of the weight before the entry. Just by doing that, the car will be turning in so much better. Like here. And then here, like get out to the left immediately, brake while neutralizing, and then floor it. Short shift here to prevent it from stepping out. Went wide like a moo. And then here, like, don't go left, just stay center and brake towards the outside, straight line. And then get under center towards right and then floor it out. And then here, just slow down, slow down, slow down. I mean, it's so much quicker, even if he's like crawling. Just get on the inside, point the car past the apex, then go. And here, like, that's better. And like a deep entry, trail off, just stay off throttle, I'm doing nothing. Just waiting for the car to point itself. And then brake, lift off, wait for the car, and then go. And then get on the curb, widen the entry, brake, lift, turn it in, wait, and then accelerate before the apex. Then you get to hug the inside here and save valuable time and tires. You can see how far off he is in the distance already, like, I'm not pushing the car, he is. Driving fast is 99% driving slow. Slow enough so that you don't lose grip. The more time you spend understeering, the less time you spend in going places you wanna go. Yes, that is a little bit of an improvement. But you see, like, I didn't wait there, I was slow in, all I was doing was being fast out. Nothing else. And already I have like a 1.4 second gap. And that is the secret that nobody is telling you. Doctors would hate me if they knew. think that is the most example I can ever give. It's all about flipping his mindset. Racing isn't done on the brakes on the entries. Unless you're Kevin Estre or some shit.
Yellow flag.
And you're driving a Porsche.
You're clear. Incident clear. Yellow flag. Green flag. Incident clear. You've got half your fuel left.
Like molasses 21s. See? Not even pushing it. 1957. It all begins here.
Incident Sector 3, yellow flag. We think Hastings has binned it. Sector 3 is clear, green flag.
Oh, these tires are dead. Well, it is a heavy car on the front, but that's the more important to not, like, you know, push that weight in front of you. You want to use it to get the nose around things. And that involves slow, and then using the throttle to rotate the rear if needed. If you brake late and carry too much speed in, then you're just going weird. And then you have to like slow down extra in order to, and then you just lose the rear, you know? It's just a waste of time, literally. Like in the sense of lap time. It's very much learning, but it's, if you can just not, basically just pretend his mother, like, I used to say this when I was trying to get people up to speed way back in the day. Pretend your mother is in the car. Drive like that. Show her a good time, but don't give her a heart attack. Which I'm doing right now. I'm just like exploring the line. That's fine. The point stands, like doing this for practice. It's feeling out the car, trying to like steer the least you can at all times, because steering equals some form of slip equals interference from electronics trying to save your life. And like braking in a straight line, always quicker than braking under turning. Those are the three primary mistakes he's making. He's going to quit.
Okay, Gary,
too late,
you've got about 4 laps of fuel left.
And also maybe shifting so that the engine redlines. Like, you hear the engine protest, right? I'm just spamming the downshifter now. It doesn't want to. But if you, yeah, need more than 2 years. But if you get to the red line, and then brake, car immediately stops, because it's not so long. It's the RPM isn't so low that the electronic kicks in and tries to prevent you from stalling the car by applying throttle or then it's ready for you to actually stop, and the engine will help you. But it's like, you can see how much longer that last bit takes when you're not downshifting, right? It's the spot in between, like if you hear like the electronics is like that. Nah, dude, we're not braking. We're coming off the brakes because the engine is stalling. Let me fix that by clutching instead of no like. It's just like. Brake. Are you okay, mommy? Are you pissing your pants yet? If so, I'll go a little bit slower. My god, I'm getting sleepy. I was like, mommy, is it okay if I go 6 there? There's a little bit off track, mommy. It's okay. I brake and then and then we get to go into the corner because the car isn't pushing you forward because electronics. Same down here, it's like build up speed and then 100, hard brake, no, lift off, turn, car turns, floor it. And the tires are like, yay, we're not dying! This is excellent! Hard brake. Oh no, fuck, I'm understeering, shit. Lost 2 tenths. Gotta correct for that. Now I'm doing the correct thing, but what he does, he floors it towards the opposite side of the tracks where he's not supposed to be. It's like those tiny little things add up to a lot of time. I ain't judging, I ain't saying he's a shitty driver, I'm just saying he's forcing the car to do things, which likely isn't consensual. Brake early, get down into second, feel out, do I have grip? Yep, I have grip, so I can go faster next time. Much more productive than oh, too late brake, oh fuck, I'm going wide, oh, flooring it to the outside, oh shit, I lose the rear, oh my god, and then, oh, repeat, oh no, oh no, oh no. like, that is an exaggeration of what I was seeing, more or less. And it is very typical, I was once there too, even after having driven Sims for many years and returning to it after 10 years of not driving Sims. It is very easy to get into the mistakes of not using all the track surface.
Two laps of fuel remaining.
Dear God. Like you see the apex and you target it. Shorter track. Quicker exits. 2 tenths down, but that was an extreme example. The fuck was that? That is the weirdest bottom I've ever felt. Get on to the Astro, cut across, stay left, floor it, lift and floor it. Brake straight, down 2, lift off, let the car do the work and gravity assist, and then get back on gently, and then shift so you don't spin, brake, lift, turn, hard, go, all the way to the outside, and then you roll on the curb, you brake, down 2, lift, and then you go back on. And then you steer it to the inside, there's waste of tires, it's not better, early brake, third this time, figure out, okay, how can I best maintain the speed I carried in. Okay, I had lots of grip, next time I can go quicker. Then back into third to maintain the ass stable, and then, oh, a little bit of oversteer there. But I got to stay on flat through the whole thing, because I didn't carry excessive amounts of rotation on the butt. Because I didn't have to correct my trajectory. I just rolled onto the curb, went straight. Cars, weight transfer, settled, dead center. And then we just lead in. Push it a little, lift off, and then floor it, catch it, go.
You've only got enough fuel for this lap.
Yes, Jim. Hard brake, straight line, shift down, lift off, then turn and go. And on to the bits and pieces, and then a big cut, just stay on the fucking line and it's happy. And then very little steering input equals more speed for the straight. 271, brake onto the curb, down to second or third, then second to get more push out here, up to third lift, and then floor it gently out onto the outside. And then hard brake, straight line down to, just let it, I'm not even touching brakes or anything until you hear the engine. Then I am throttling it, not braking, same here. Just stay off brakes and the throttle and let the car and gravity handle it. And then eventually you'll be trailing into the corner. Overshot a little bit, so instead of braking and introducing understeer, I shifted down to third, because engine braking helps a lot. And then now I can carry more speed, because I know what I could carry earlier. So now I can explore the limits. And same here, down to second, back up to third, push it hard, catch it.
In this lap, box this lap, please, Gary.
You know, approaching it from the slower side of things lets you build up to this rather than just like get continuously shot on by the car because you don't know what to expect from it. And a random Norwegian for no reason, which does not mean to shit on anyone, but seemingly seem to be good at it. Very esports start. In wrong gear with excess oversteer. But again, like, this is the problem. Late brake, steering in towards the thing, and now, like, where are you going? What are you gonna do? You know, just come to a full halt and do this.
2 litres left.
Because that was what I was seeing behind me over and over and over and over and over and over again, rather than just approach corner slowly.
Yellow flag.
Later than he would normally do, V'ing off the curb. If you can convey that to him, like, so if I do this and I do this, that is fine. And then, where the fuck? Okay, I've moved things around because I want to be using keyboard shortcuts that I forget I can use. So, desktop, Yes, desktop confirmed. Like, oh no, that is not at all what I wanted to do. Where is that fucking thing? There we go. That is a big brush. A big, thick, earthy brush. Okay, so like here's the corner, right? That's horrible. Like, his approach is like, say this is the 100 meter, this is the 50. That is not at all how it works. Okay, so let's make some more. Okay, so say here's the 100, here's the 50. No, that's the 100, that's the 150, and then 50-ish, I don't know. This fucker is where he wants to be braking. And he wants to brake in a straight line all the way up to this point. Then he lifts off abruptly and turns hard that way. Then the car will go like this. Instead of his current trajectory, which is brake later, not at the 100, not at all at the 100, like there. He brakes like there, very late. So not only does he, if he were to brake at this point, he would overshoot further, but he's also steering, he starts steering in early, and then he brakes. And you see where this is going, right? He's still not at the speed where he needs to be in order to effectively corner like this. He's gonna go like this at best, but often I saw him go like this and then come back in. So it's like, if he can just change his approach from whatever this stuff is, which I am familiar with, I used to do it myself, to this. Basically, brake, lift, fully off, hard turn in, and then throttle like at this point. When the car, like, he has all the weight on the front of his car, so when he is at the speed where he's not, he hasn't lost traction, he's not slipping on the front, the car will just rotate on a dime, and furthermore, he can push the throttle like at this point, like T for throttle, and then the ass of the car, which will be like this, will suddenly position it like this. Because he induces like oversteer by flooring it. Then he runs the risk, of course, of the car ending up like this, which isn't great, but at least he has initiated the process of using the throttle as a way to steer the car, rather than just pushing the car wide into sadness. So that would be my advice. And similarly, like in after Camel, I have no fucking idea what that thing is called, but let's say it looks like this, roughly. Like, get onto the curb, use it as track. Oh, that was very, yeah. Okay, so we need to paint it smaller. So long Camel is long, and then comes the corner, like so-ish. Oh, that's horrible. But anyway, AstroTurf is here. You want to essentially brake on curb. Curb starts here. So you want to be with your left wheel on here and brake. And then fully lift off so that you're barely trailing at the point of turning. You shouldn't really be braking much at all. And then, oh, this is so bad. The trick is to get the front wheel onto this bit, but not catch the grass bit here, because then you lose pressure. So you want basically to be on it and then off it again and pointed towards this bit. And then you only want the right side of your car to roll on the line. Because when you then approach the following corner, with the right side of your car here, and then you gradually bring both car tires, that's terrible. Like, you want to cut with the entirety of your car, like you want to be like this. But at the exit, you want to have the car fully alongside on the left side. Because then you need to just go forward and steer into the corner and rocket past it. Rather than end up like this. Because this here is what fucks everything over. When you tell a car to... Oh shit. Okay, so... When you tell the car that, hey boy, car person... let's see, and then select, and then paste, and then new. So when at this point here, over here, the car is doing like this, all the way up to this point, where he then expects the car to be compliant and turn into this area, or into the following corner. But when the car is doing this, and you suddenly shift the direction, it takes time for it to do this. A lot more time than it takes for it to do this, loading up this side of the car, which is productive if he wants to go left. No, right, I mean. So while the car is doing this, at this point, he's just going to go straight. And that's why you want to be already well positioned along the left side on this corner in order to open up the following corner. Make sense? If you can somehow convey this to him, he'll just like skyrocket in terms of his learning curve. Because this is like just typical. It's just like, oh, I'm going to be esports and I'm gonna brake late and I'm going to understeer into the corner here and then I'm gonna get back on throttle because, oh fuck, I'm losing time, and then you end up sending the car all over to the opposite side of where you wanna be, and then, oh shit, I have not only opened up my inside so that people can stick their nose who are coming in you know, this trajectory, but then I have to get all the way back over, otherwise I'll be slower than molasses out of the following corner. And all while doing so, I'm essentially, like, if he had a handbrake, then maybe he could pull this off effectively. But he does not have a handbrake, nor is he a rally car. So there's that. So it's like weight transfer, man. You want like, you come along here, you load up the car, and you go in here, and then you want the car to be center. Okay, so this is hard. You come here, you get to this point, you gradually load up the car, and it stays like this until here, because now you are essentially going straight. And then you go straight, and then it shifts the weight over to this side. And when you're here, you want the car to more or less be like this, and when you're here, you want it to be like this. And then it's ready for you to turn in and respond immediately by doing this, because it does not have to do this. That weight transfer shit here is like the bane of 99% of drivers' existence. They do not comprehend it at all. This to this takes less time than this to this. And also, I guess another point which is important to point out. Let's draw this shit from the top. I should just get like a 3D application or some shit. But okay, so we have a car. Oh my god, I have no skills drawing with a fucking mouse. So we have, in case of the McLaren, a car that's like sort of like this, and feet are here. Person and head is here, right? But anyway, that is far past what I wanted to do. So where do I begin? Okay, so at this point we are like this, and we are... Fuck, I can't switch between layers quickly, can I? No. And we are like this. And it is this act here... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Here, to going like this, and then suddenly wanting to go like this. That is where this fucking thing here... Can you go away? That's when, if you're this and you want to be doing that, which means the car will be doing that, it's just like, it's not gonna happen. This car will simply, just until it ends up being in this position, this car is just slowly going to go like that, while rotating, of course. Shit. I wish I could move this at the same time. But I mean, it's like dirt, 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 and this bit has not even happened. When he's here, maybe it has centered, but it has certainly not shifted over to the other side. So he's, while the car is busy doing this, that's why he's understeering towards the outside. So therefore, always productive, very productive to have a car which is this when you are going in this direction here, because then car will immediately start doing this after this process has fully completed and all the weight is positioned on the transfer to the left side of the car, leaning onto the tires. It is probably over-explaining it, but this took me fucking ages to remember and quote-unquote rediscover, because I'm a stubborn loner and I don't want other people's advice. It is essential to grasp this concept, because the second you understand this process... why, go away. The second you understand this process, you will no longer be doing this line. What the shit? Why are we drawing with a sponge? That is fine. The second it is understood how long it takes to shift the weight of the car, that which side the car is leaning on is super duper important for the car to even respond to your request to go right. Then suddenly the brain is like, oh shit, well, why the fuck am I going like this? I should be going like this. Oh my god. I should be going like this. This makes so much more sense, so much more quicker. This is probably gonna be fun. Oh, I didn't get to see all the changes to the thing. Yeah, so that's like the worst 5-year-old person draws in GIMP in order to convey things failing to convey. And it's the same like in the two left-handers. I don't know what they're called. Or in No Name. No Name is a perfect example. You have like How can we draw this? We have no name. We have the thing that leads to no name. Like this long ass motherfucker here. And then down to no name. And then long straight. Dot dot dot. And then suddenly sharp left-hander and sharp left-hander. Probably more like this. Ah, god damn it. Dot 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 dot, because I don't have enough room, and then slowish, and then slowish. So like so. Oh, I forgot the dot 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 dot, because this is just like a long straight. I don't have space to draw. Oops. My god. Oh lord. Fuck. Okay, so I draw a little section, and then I reset, and I draw another section, and then comes the snaky bit. And we don't have enough space for it, and we've drawn on the fuck's sakes, Geir. You stupid persons. Okay, so make new layer. Blah. Whatever. We come here. Fuck. What? Why? Oh. Paint bucket. Yep. I'm so fucking tired of Spa. I hate it. I hate it. I don't hate it. I enjoy Spa. No. Where did the fucking... There you go. Paintbrush? Yes. Paintbrush is nice. Okay. So... we have the long dickish corner, and then we have no name, and then dot dot dot. And then we have long like... and then we have the snaky bits, which I completely failed to account for. I can go so much longer down here. And then dot 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 straight, and then comes the snaky bits, which looks like maybe so. Yes, this is good. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. And then snaky bits with the curb on the outside. It's a big ass fucking curve, so we can go like this and nobody will notice. God damn it. Oh, I suck drawing with the mouse. Oh my god. Just do a straight line, please, body. Thank you. So it's like, this is the continuation of where we were, right? We come all the way from the left side and we cut across to the outside. Because here's like a massive runoff, so it's probably more like this. And then we snap the car back on, roll along the outside, and then at the curb, which goes along the outside, that's the braking point. So we hard brake on the curb, boop, and then we only brake for a little while, but fully, enough to slow the car to know that, okay, from this point onward, I can trail off the brake more and more until I'm here, fully off the brake. And the only thing that's determining the trajectory of the car at this point is the speed of the car and gravity. And you want to like go along the inside and then to the center of the track. And it's at this point here, the line is probably more like this. Like this. And it's at this point here, what is perceived to be the apex, which is not at all the apex. The apex is here. Because this is like a late entry corner. So that's why you kind of want to like go deep into it rather than steer in towards like this, which is very common, and then just roll slowly around here like molasses and then push it and go way wide here, and then like this, and again, then you have the weight transfer problem, right? And then over here, and then as the car centers again, and you're still on throttle and you lift off, the car just goes from this to like this. And sadness ensues. And then... So it's like you want to be... at this point, you want to be off throttle, off brakes, at least initially. Like eventually you can even extend the point where you like fully coming off the brakes, because you can start braking later. Not that late, but this late. And you can trail through. But the key is you want the car to be facing in a direction where you can basically lift off both, like no throttle and no brake. Like, fuck that shit. Gravity is your friend here. That is supposed to be a heart. And then the car just like grip. Oh, the gravity is basically you're sliding around the corner, and at this point here, which is the apex, that's where the car you should time the car to be gripping up fully and start slowing down. So at this point you would feel the car start slowing down, because suddenly it wants to turn in like this. And it's at that point where you start gently applying throttle again in order to push yourself wide and start building speed. But if you go all the way out here, then you have to do this in order to get back on to the outside. And it's this thing here, just super bad. Just stay center track. Center track is good, because then you have less need to shift the car's weight. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it, but basically car be leaning this way because you're going in and you're turning right, like this is the rear of the car. Sad face. So because you've already shed momentum, the car is starting to like level itself up out again towards center gravity or center mass. It is ready for you to push it a little bit more and still have grip to turn in, as opposed to full throttle and sending yourself wide. And when you're doing this, then you have so much time to basically put your right side tires all well onto the AstroTurf, which runs like this on the outside, in order to further widen the entrance. So you just graze the AstroTurf and then immediately go for the outside into the following. So this is the worst example ever. Because you wanna... Okay, so the AstroTurf in this very, very real scale. Let's say the Astro begins here. So you come here, you go center, you go onto here, and then you wanna cut along the inside. And then to the outside, but there's no room for it because this is a long fucking straight. And then essentially you want to go all the way to the outside and then get back on track. And then position your car all the way along the left hand side. And then comes the curb. Right here. And the curb, you roll onto it and you brake. Because now you have essentially bought yourself like quarter of a meter extra road surface in order to get in on the corner and just shoot yourself around the corner. And you don't even have to go all the way to the outside and come back in. You just go sorta out to the outside and then immediately seek this curb again. Because this distance here to here is shorter than going all the way to the outside like this. So you save a fuckload of time by cutting this whole process short. And also, you don't, when you come to this section here, you don't have to then suddenly whoop, do this in order to prepare for the next corner. Because you are coming out like you are coming out like this, and you are center track. So all you have to do is like slightly steer towards there, and then you can, while the car is pointing the wrong direction, you can just gently brake it and turn, and then come on full brake here and brake in a straight line, come off the brake, because now the car is ready for you, and the center of the weight is dead center of the car. The car isn't leaning that way. Or no, the car isn't leaning towards the right, because you are turning left here as much. So just braking, like pushing the nose down and centering the car as you are stopping it here. At this point, then you are ready to like be fully off the brake and turn it. And then you target like center road, not all the way along the inside. That's inefficient, because like this part to this part there's a very short distance. So you just want like to be alongside the curb while the car is sort of understeering a little bit towards the center, and then you want to lift off the throttle again, because through this you want to sort of like feed the throttle ever so slightly just to maintain the speed. You don't want to be losing speed through this section, like at all. The speed you have here, you should carry all the way up here. But here you lift off in order for the car to grip up at the front, and then you cut across, motherfucker. Then you cut across. Okay, so this serves as this serves as what you call it, things. Curb. You want to cut across this curb and then shoot towards the outside here, and roll onto with the left tires on this curb. And then comes the following section. It's like this. So you are essentially with your right side tires, left side tires, all the way out here. That still counts as track. So the car is like this for some fucking reason. And this is where it's counterintuitive, and everything I've just said goes out the window. Because here you have no option. Because like you don't need to carry the speed you've built all the way through this section anymore. So here you just yeet yourself over to here. But the important part is you don't start braking here. You wait until the car is the weight transfer is center again. If the car is still leaning to the left, no wait, leaning to the right, as you come here and you start braking, that is understeer. So you just want to steer the car over here, lift off here, come on the brake here, brake straight line, get off the brake, and then shift it down to second. And then at this point, when you get to the apex, or just before the apex, you go back into third. That is a horrible representation. My God. Okay, so I need to redraw this. So essentially, because the line is essentially from here, like so. So let's say all the shit has happened. This is where you brake. This is where you start trailing off the brake, and then you hit it down to second to basically aid the car with the turn-in by using engine braking. And then at this point you get it back into third, because then you can hard throttle like super T, like big T, like massive T. Like you just floor it. If you're in third here, you can just more or less floor it onto the outside and keep the left the left side wheels of the car on the curb. Because then in the following corner, I am running out of space, which then would be like this sluggish motherfucker here. Yeah, you can always watch it later. So yeah, like so roughly, fuck. So, car is like here, and you have your left wheels on the motherfucking outside. Because when you're running out all the way out here, oh dear, what happened? When you're all the way out there, you have more space. Who'd have thought, right? You have so much more space to drive on. So here it's all about timing the entry. And the thing people do is seek early into the entry. But what does this do? Especially on throttle. It sends you wide understeering, because this is a fucking quick corner. You need all the grip you can. So essentially you lift off a little bit, or not even lift off, you just steer the car and then angle it off. Oh my god. I don't know how to draw. You want late turn-in. Late turn-in. And then go towards the outside. But still also be closer to this thing. Because like this isn't even a remotely accurate representation. Hey, wait. I just had a brilliant idea. Grack map. Is it high resolution? Nope. Wallpaper. How big is this? No. Is there no like gigantic fucking gigapixel track map spa? Large. Is large larger than wallpaper, or is wallpaper the biggest? I guess this one is the biggest. So if we copy this image and then we paste it and then we image colors, invert. Hey, bitch. This is so much better. I'm smart. Sometimes. Oh dear, what just happened? Did I rotate it? No. That is a very thick line, and the hardness is not... Oh my god. What did I just do? Oh. There. Size, aspect, angle, spacing, hardness, force 100. And then I guess we can use like a red line or something. Maybe I should start to get used to using that fucking drawing thing I have. I have like a drawing board. I've been meaning to do things with it, but I never do. Okay, so... essentially if we reverse engineer this... And this is also like the time where the place where he was losing the most space. Oh my fucking god. Please. Oh, Gimp, be my friend. There. That is still... oh. Too thick. Okay, so it's like near to the outside. That's maybe to the outside. How the fuck? Yeah, no, this isn't proportional. Not in the slightest proportional. I need a thicker line, maybe that'll solve it. So you come from here and you want to be out here. So that means something like this. This doesn't make sense. It is not proportional. Okay, maybe if I don't... yeah, because I'm not... okay, center car. Center car is where we're going. So we're like this to the outside. And then I guess, yeah, we'll just say, yeah, center car. And then we see here, like the line, right, where we want to be. We want to be here. We want to be here. So the straightest line there to this point, because you want to be like, you want the left side of your car to just roll onto the curb on the outside here. You don't want to be short of a shy or on track at all. You want to just not get a track cut. So from here in a straight line would then mean here, like late turn in. Most people tend to do this, but at high speed it results in this, right? So the longer you run in a straight line, the later you're able to turn in and introduce a short shift into fourth here to ensure the car doesn't end up like this. The more stable and happier the car will be, and you will be rattling along the outside line at like maximum speed you can build here without even lifting. And then comes the counterintuitive part. Most people, they tend to be like, yeah, I'm gonna go like the inside because now we have this corner here, right? But no. Steering less means less interruption from the fucking TC, right? So you want to essentially just stay flat, go wide, and steer as little as possible. The less you steer, the more speed you build, because the less the TC interferes. So you just keep running with your left hand, right hand tires on the curb up to this point. And then this is like considered an apex. It's not very visible here, but it is visible. So from this point you run all the way and you start seeking from apex and then to the next apex, rather than go all the way out here and run alongside this. Because here's what people do. They tend to go like this. Oh my god. All the way along the outside of the track, and then they cut in here. But this line is significantly longer than this line. And you don't lose any speed. Like all this, like you lose momentum because you corner in here and seek along this side to run on the outside. So you lose speed there, but you also add this amount of meters. That's a lot of meters. I don't know how many, but it's significant. The amount of overtakes I've done on the inside here because people decide to go to the outside for whatever fucking reason, it's not even logical if you're on the defense. Because if you're on the defense, you want to be on the inside, right? So just fucking stay as near the center of the track as possible to make sure that you get a nice curve here. And then similarly, in the following corner, you come like on the outside and you turn in, and you want to keep the car as straight and steer as little as possible. Oh my god, I hate this. Steer as little as possible and go directly onto the outside with the left side of your car. Like all the way. Just to avoid getting a track limit. And then comes this part. Here is like a jump. So you need to then point your car away from the jump. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is it so much more difficult going the other way? Anyway, this is the other part. Again, where people are like, oh yes, I need to be here on this line because that is where I'm gonna be braking and then I'm gonna turn in here. Or what is typical is people going like this. But you're riding alongside this side of the thing with the left side of your car. You steer clear of this, but you want to be close to this little curby, jumpy bastard with the grass and the hole in it that sends your car front flipping. But you don't want to go out here, because then you have to make a corner. And this is the braking line. This is the braking point. Maybe it's like here. Because if you go like this, then you have to make a sort of sharp turn here. And again, shift that weight from the right to neutral. Because you want to brake in a straight line. If you fishtail while braking, you will spend so much more time doing this. Straight line, always better when braking. Always. Fishtailing, very bad. Even like just raking like this is significantly longer than this. So how do we achieve that? We go like this. Oh my fucking god. We go on the outside, but we don't bother going out to the side here, like at all. We just keep going straight, not touching this mess here, and then we get to brake later in a straight line towards the curb, and we can then start trailing off and turning a little bit to get the car slightly centered, and then at this point we are fully off and we turn in and we go sort of center. That is a horrible. We go we don't like we seek. Okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. I went way too long on the line here. So if we go from the thing I do, which is essentially this. Oops. It is difficult. I'm not used to this. That is way too shallow. Okay, so then we come off the brakes here. We start braking. No, god damn it. It's like, oh my god. Brake straight line, and then turn it, and rock. Oh no, that was a good-ish line. This bit is bad. But we go straight from this point to this point, and we brake here, straight, very efficient, very efficient. And then we trail off as we approach the turning point. We lift off, and we turn, but we make sure that our right side is close to this, but not jumping it. But fuck going all the way here. Just stay center and get onto the outside. Because like this line here just mitigates all the fucking weight transfer bullshit that happens when you essentially decide to go like this, and then you have to level the car or align the car with the outside curb, which takes time. And if you then brake when you're when the car is still in the process of going from leaning like this to being center, if you brake during that part, you get oversteer. The ass wants to step out. Worst case, you end up with a braking line like this instead of like this. So from here, straight, all the way, brake, outside, lift off, turn in, and here like I push the throttle just a little bit, just to build up a little bit more momentum, but not so much that I lose the grip I need to make this corner. And then just after the apex, when I see that the car is not going to understeer into oblivion, that's when I get back on throttle, and then I countersteer, because at this point the car is essentially leaning like this very much. So if I then floor it, then the ass of the car will just swing out. Like, meep, go that way. And that is good, because you kind of want that. But you need to be ready to catch it. And if you can catch it, you get a very good exit onto the starting straight. So yeah. And then it's like, go straight until the start line if you're qualifying, and then shift over gently to this line, but early enough so you don't like get the crossover point at the braking marker or at the braking point, because if you do, then you end up fishtailing. So you want the transition to the other side to be way early and with enough time for the car to settle down. And then comes the 150, the 100, no. So 0, 50, 100, 150, 200-ish, yes. So you pass the wall here. Here is a wall. And then at the 100, like, you have all this time for the car to become happy and go straight. Like, it's okay not to be straight, but you know, bad joke. When the car is going in a straight line here, slamming the brake at the 100 or even at the 80 point is completely fine. The brakes will squeal, you trail off, you come to the point where you're at the apex. That is where I am fully off and I start turning. And then I point the car this way, because this is the way we want to go. If you start turning in here, that is very abrupt. If you start, fuck, that's not at all what I meant to do. What your friend is doing is essentially, he starts braking here, and he starts turning in. Okay, so he starts braking here later, like much later than the 80. But he also starts turning in early. Like this. And I mean, if we just think about the line, I mean, if he's braking later and he needs to brake the same amount of distance that I do, but he's also turning, which increases that distance, none of this makes sense. It is like the most nonsensical thing ever. It just does not work that way. Even if he is able to stop the car here, then he needs to basically go to crawl slow as crap around this corner. And then, I mean, this is a way of cutting someone off. Say he has a challenger coming, then sure, if he is ahead at the point of his decision to turn in, and the other car is back here, legal. If the car is alongside, this would be very illegal. But the point is, even if he did go from this line, he would be at a severe disadvantage. He would be carrying less speed because he gets to get back on throttle here, while I get to get back on throttle here. So I have all of this extra distance to build speed and catch him down the straight here. Or, if I time this correctly, then he will be at this point when I am at this point. And then, when he starts building up speed slowly here, I will be catching up in his slip, but not posing a threat to him at all as he approaches down here. And cuts across, cuts across and goes up and over. So when he's like, basically I will be picking up more speed from further back, and I will carry that all the way up until I catch him slipstream here, and then I ride his ass all the way up to here, and then I start sniffing it here, and then I shoot past him, and I build a significant gap. Oh my god, why will you not scroll? And I build, like, you saw how maybe you saw it, like how I overtook him on the outside here. And by the time he was like back here, I was already making my way into the corner. So all of that stems from just like a tiny delay in how I enter the corner at this position. I deliberately like watched him do this. Or no, that's not even what he did. What he did was like this. So this is his throttle point, while I am throttling from back here. That is a significant amount of meters. And I was like so far behind him back here, like I was here. But I'm still at this point starting to get his slipstream. And then at this point back here, I had already caught up to him and was riding his ass. He was like taking up a defensive line, and I'm like, thank you sir, I will go on your outside then. At like 20 kilometers an hour quicker than him. So I rocket past him down the straight, and he's like, and I'm here, braking, turning in, doing my line, and then he's like, And that is why I was outrunning him. I wasn't going quick, I was just going slow strategically. Strategically slow. Come on, go away. So yeah, onto the thing. Cut well across and on the outside, and then shoot out onto the outside. Get, oh shit. Stay there and then to the outside and then back on track. And then late, and then this is where I start feeding it onto the outside, and then straight line to the outside like this ish. God damn it. And then on the curb, fuck, why don't I release the mouse button sometimes? And then here, like, brake on curb, lift off, turn in. And then I don't even bother going to the outside fully. What the fuck? Why did it go white? That's stupid. I don't even bother going all the way to the outside like this, which is typical. I'm just like moseying sort of to the outside in order to quickly get back in on the inside and reduce the amount of weight transfer I have to do before the braking point here. And then I get to go in, touch the curb, slightly understeer towards the center but still staying right, and then late cut and straight line it towards the outside. And then here comes the counterintuitive bit, get quickly over to the other side in order to open up the following corner. And that is like more or less Spa in a nutshell. We've actually covered the whole track now, except for this. Do cut the fuck out of this one. You want, like, there's gray. There's gray shit on the outside here. You can drive on it. You want your right, you want basically wheel car like this. Not necessarily pointing that badly towards the outside here, but basically you come in early and then you point the car like more like this. Jesus Christ, I draw like a insane person. Like this. Because now we are already pointing towards the apex here and the apex here. And then, I guess, if we were sane, we would draw a car on a new layer. Because this is easy to miss when you're spectating. I certainly did.